For Mr. Bellezza, we don't have any slide. I just remember only that Mr. Bellezza have to leave the meeting at I think 12:30.
Okay. Good.
So I think we have just 1 hour, maybe 1 hour, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going here. Now I'll call him.
Okay, we were discussing two options. Either Mr. Bellezza opens the session, being also the representative of the host country, Italy, or he gets the final word, so that he can actually wrap up the session. So what do you think would be better for Mr. Bellezza?
I think the first, and okay. I think the first should be the best option.
Okay, good.
So I'm now going to update him for all of this, and we come back together.
Okay, good. So in this case, he will open the session, and afterwards we will have Mrs. Ceccarelli, and then Mr. Tilgalvis, then Mrs. Greplova, and then we will open the question and answer session.
That's perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay.
See you really later.
Can you see my slides?
No.
Yes.
Yes, Galia?
Yes, sure.
Okay, excellent.
Okay.
Okay, so don't forget to mute yourself when you're not speaking, please, so we don't get this echo. Okay? Okay,
good. Now, I already have questions provided from some of the members of the organization team, and these are from Mrs. Amali De Silva and from Mr. Njorn Erbgut, and they would most probably like to ask them in person. So could I ask you to also provide them with the hosting rights as soon as they have logged in or registered?
Okay, can you, the names are, you said Jörg,
sure,
Erbgut, and Amali. Okay, yes.
Okay,
yes, okay.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
I was lucky to have taken some advertisements last year from EuroDIG. So they're on my door. Marco, I also have another question about the two poll questions that I have sent you. Did it work out with Mentimeter?
It did. It did very well. Yes.
Good.
So in the slides, I have the Mentimeter number and the QR code.
Okay, great.
And we can show the results immediately.
Exactly, that was my question. Because in this case, after Mr. Bellezza, I would like to pose the first question about the SDGs. And then I was thinking about 1 minute to be provided as a time to answer this, and then we could see the answers. Or do you think it's too much, 1 minute?
No, it's fine. It's fine. So I'm sorry. So the schedule is changed now?
Yeah, now we will have Marco Bellezza starting, not being the last, but the first speaker, because he has to leave earlier.
So let me change the slides. Give me just a second, okay?
Okay.
Good morning to all. I'm Marco Lotti. I'm the rapporteur for the session. This message is just to introduce myself and to test if my microphone is working well. And I will be also joining via video if you can see me and everything is working fine.
Thank you, Marco. Everything is working perfectly. Yes. So Galia, so the order will be you're going to introduce the session, list the speakers, and then the word is going to go to Marco Bellezza. And immediately after that, you're going to have the first survey.
Exactly. And this is the first poll question about the SDGs and blockchain.
Exactly. Yes.
And then
it's going to Maria Rosaria Ceccarelli.
Yeah, I checked with her, and she also agrees that we would rather have the question first before her presentation so that we have unbiased answers.
Sure. By the way, I don't see her in the, she hasn't checked in yet.
Yeah, she sent me a message at 9:30 and her slides also at 8 o'clock earlier, but I haven't heard anything from her. I hope she doesn't have technical problems. I will check my email, right? And then now I didn't get any notice from her. And then we would have the write her presentation, and then we would have Mr. Patricio Galvis, who will talk about the European blockchain services infrastructure. And
welcome back, Nadia. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Sandra. Hello.
Wonderful, Nadia. How was the first session in your studio?
The first session was wonderful. There was so much interactivity, both on the discussion forums, but also in the chat itself. People were having discussions, bringing it together. People had the different types of opportunity to participate. People who are usually rather quiet could participate by writing, and people who are less, keen on speaking have therefore a different way to engage in the dialogue. And I think that's a fantastic opportunity.
Okay, that's basically what EuroDIG is about. We have to apologize. We did have some, my team told me I shouldn't call it technical issues, but we had for a short moment some room limitations because albeit we upgraded our license, we had to assign the bigger room to our license, although we only had one. So I apologize to everyone if you were not able to enter the Zoom room. If this happens at any point that you have problems with your credentials, that you cannot enter the room for any reason, please refer then to the streaming that we also provide on eurodig.org and on YouTube. So you are at least able to follow the session and to use the forum but usually or normally you shouldn't have any problem to enter the rooms. We have upgraded to 1,000 participants for the room in The Hague, and we have up to 300 and 500 participants in the studios in Trieste and in Berlin. So Nadia, I see the next session in your studio is about encryption. And I see already around 60 participants joined your studio already. I guess these are the ones that will be speaking on this workshop. I wish you a fruitful session, and we will come back after your session with the big stages in your studio here.
Wonderful. We look forward to having you back.
Okay. See you later, Nadia.
Thank you so much.
So then I would like to try to connect with our next studio, which is Berlin. And in Berlin, we have Elisabeth. Hi, Elisabeth. Nice to see you.
Hello, Sandra. Good morning.
Good morning. And I see weather in Berlin is perfect.
At least on our background it is.
Wonderful. Elisabeth, did you follow so far the EuroDIG a little bit, or?
Yeah, I could tune in today for the opening before we did our setup here, and it was really good to see that everything went well so far.
And I also see the first people are already connecting to your session, including the moderator, Vladimir Radunovic. Vladimir is a very experienced person in remote moderating. So with him as the studio moderator, as the session moderator, you will be absolutely on the safe side. Hi, Vladimir, I see you already. Perfect. So then I wish you a fruitful day. And one thing that we should mention, our studio in Berlin, here we are going to do a great experiment, because this is going to be the networking area. We said already, networking in a virtual meeting is a difficult thing. Nevertheless, we try. And Nadia will be the networking host in the lunch break. And she will have prepared some questions on Mentimeter. But in case it doesn't really work out, we take the liberty to play some music in your studio as well. But of course, I hope that you will be able to offer some great networking opportunities for our participants. Good luck, Nadia.
Thank you, Sandra. See you later.
Elisabeth, by the way, not Nadia. I'm sorry.
That's a lot of names in a short amount of time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then let's take the bridge further to our studio in Trieste. And here we should have Marco. Marco, you're sitting right in front of the nice Miramare castle. How did you manage that?
We rented a boat and we're all sitting on a boat just in front of the castle. No, I'm joking. So welcome to Studio Trieste. And this is what you should have seen, in Trieste in June. I hope you will be able to see it next year. And this is the Miramare Castle, and our campus at ICTP is just behind the castle.
I can confirm that's really the case. We've been there for the planning meeting last year in September and this year in January. And the picture that you can see is really what you get when you go to Trieste and when you participate in the EuroDIG next year in the ICTP facilities. Not that this is ICTP, but it's just around the corner. Marco, the session in your studio will deal about the innovative use of blockchain and public empowerment. I see Galia Kondova, she was the focal point. She is already connected to your session. Nadia, thank you also again for all the effort that you put into the session. And I wish you and Marco and the entire team in studio in Trieste all the good luck for your session. And with this, I think we are ready to go, and I hand over to all three studios and see you after see you at 1 o'clock sharp. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. Yeah, sorry, please go ahead.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Maybe you should wait 2 more minutes if there's some latecomers. So we start at 11:30 sharp, okay? Okay, so good morning. My name is Marco Zanaro, and I welcome you to Studio Trieste. We're at ICTP, the International Center for Theoretical Physics, and this section is about the innovative use of blockchain for public empowerment. Just a few, let me share my screen. Okay, just few rules, the code of conduct of this session and of EuroDIG in general. So when entering the room, please use your full name so that we know who is talking. Raise the hand using the Zoom function to ask a question. Stay muted until the floor is given to you. And when speaking, switch on the video, so we want to see your face. And state your name and affiliation. And please do not share the link to the Zoom meetings, not even with your colleagues. And now let me introduce you the moderator, which is Galia Condova. And please, Galia, the floor is yours for the session.
Yes. Thank you, Marco. Also, a warm welcome from me from Basel. And I'm really honored to have the chance to moderate this most appropriate session on blockchain and public empowerment. I would like to express a warm thank you to our key participants. This will be Mr. Marco Bellezza, who is a former advisor to the Minister of Economic Development of Italy and currently CEO of Infratel Italia, of Mrs. Maria Ceccarelli, who is the Chief of Trade Facilitation Section at the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, Mr. Petris Stilgalvis, the Head of Unit Digital Innovation and Blockchain at DG Connect at the European Commission, and Mrs. Barbara Greplova, who is the co-chair of the Energy Working Group at the International Association of Trusted Blockchain Applications. We rely on the inputs of our key participants so that we could generate a lively discussion where the participants, the audience, could raise questions and we could discuss the two most important questions. How could citizens benefit from blockchain applications? And what are the key success factors for this new technology to empower citizens and the public? And since we have a virtual host being Trieste, Italy, I would like to give the floor to our representative of the virtual host country, Italy, Mr. Marco Bellezza. So thank you for being with us, Mr. Bellezza. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Galia. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. Hope to see you next year in Trieste physically, because it would be better to see not on Zoom, but congratulations for the organization and for having in the condition to have this conference on the digital services. As said, I was the advisor to the Minister Di Maio first, and then Minister Patuanelli at the Ministry of Economic Development. And now I accepted a new challenge, that is to try to have the ultra broadband in the country. So a challenge even harder than to apply blockchain to digital services. But this is a chance just to very briefly introduce what we have done in Italy on this topic, especially focusing on digital services for citizens. We basically one of the first political initiative of Minister Di Maio when was appointed as Minister of Economic Development was to join the European Blockchain Partnership, because Italy was one of the countries that did not join the partnership when it was formed. And since then, in September of a couple of years ago, we started at the Ministry of Economic Development, I would say, a pattern related to first to improve the knowledge on the use of this technology, and then we started several projects in order to understand what benefit this technology could bring to citizens and to business as well, and especially to the small and medium enterprise that are at the core of the policies of the Ministry of Economic Development since the first Conte government. And at the European level, we joined the partnership, and I would say we are very happy to work in partnership with different European countries, especially on common project, and also the approach that has been taken by the European Commission in the partnership is really proactive and also engaging for the member states. We started a partnership with the German Federal Ministry of Energy, which is, I would say, the equivalent of the Ministry of Economic Development in Italy, and from time to time we have exchanges of view and also of experience on this technology. And I think that this is very important also to let's say bring knowledge on the technology at a government level. So just to let also policymakers understand what we can do with this technology and why it's important to explore the potential of this technology. And also at national level, basically we are going now to finalize a national strategy on blockchain and distributed ledger. We concluded a pilot project at the Ministry of Economic Development on the use of blockchain to certify the origin of products. So to basically to protect the Made in Italy. This project was carried out in partnership with IBM and with several Italian small and medium enterprises in the area of fashion. And I would say it was really appreciated as a project, and from this project on their own, the small and medium enterprise that was involved in the pilot project started on their own project on the application of blockchain in their production process. That is in essence what I think is what we think should be the role of the Ministry of Economic Development, not to be a commercial partner for the small and medium enterprise, but the function is to enable such subjects to understand the potential of the technology, and also if considered appropriate to use such technologies in their service. And one of the other reasons why we started this pilot project is also to let consumers to have a better understanding of the technology and of the potential of the technology. And I think from that side, from this point of view, it's also important for the benefit, I would say, of the citizens as a whole. And the project and the use case that has been started by the European Commission in the framework of the European blockchain services infrastructure are really important and relevant to for the European citizens. Infratel Italia, which is the company that I manage since January of this year, we lost, which is a state-owned company, fully state-owned company. We lost one of the nodes, one of the Italian nodes of the European blockchain services infrastructure, and is also, I would say, a chance for us as a corporation, and also a chance for me to improve the knowledge of this technology in my company. And what I think should be done in the next future, also at national level, should be to try to combine the use of blockchain technology along with the digital identity system that we have in Italy. I think that this is really a challenge and also a frontier for the use of this technology. The Ministry of Innovation, Paola Pisano, is working very hard to have a single digital identity system in the country, because right now we have at least 3 potential system of digital identity, but she's working to have one single point to enable digital services for digital public administration services for citizens. I think that one of the fields on which the blockchain will be applied in the next future will be the digital services and the management of the digital identity, which is a topic that is really debated also at European level for all the potential implication that this topic has, in particular in connection with the management of data of the citizens, and then all the questions related to the application of the GDPR and the also the implication of the application of the GDPR on a pure blockchain system. And I think that it will be really beneficial for us also at the national level to receive from the European Commission specific guidelines on this potential application of these promising technologies. Thank you very much for your attention, and I really looking forward to have a discussion with the other participants to this very interesting panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bellezza, for this insight. I could get out of your speech that you are considering blockchain as an enabler for the different public services. Could we say that, according to you, blockchain is a public good itself? What is your opinion on that?
Yeah, it could be, it is a public good, but I think that we are not at the time being at this stage of the debate on the nature of the blockchain. And but as an infrastructure that could enable public services, should be considered as a public good in itself.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a very good bridge to the next speaker. I would like to invite you to get involved afterwards in the question and answer session when the participants would also raise questions to you. But I would just like to pick it up from here, blockchain as a public good, and link this to the Sustainable Development Goals, because when we talk about public goods, about public empowerment, the Sustainable Development Goals come up to mind, being a benchmark, being actually our guidelines how to achieve a better public welfare. And that's why I would like now to pose the first question to all the participants, and namely, to share with us your opinion on which are the 3 Sustainable Development Goals to which blockchain could contribute the most according to your opinion. And now you see here the code and the survey link, and I would like to ask you in the next 1 minute to provide your answers to this survey. Okay, I think now we can close this survey question. And we all could see a trend towards goal number 9 of the Sustainable Development Goals. We had the majority of the participants indicating goal number 9, namely industry, innovation, and infrastructure as the SDG goal to which blockchain could contribute most, followed by goal number 12, responsible consumption and production, and goal number 11, sustainable cities and communities. Can I now pass the floor to Mrs. Maria Ceccarelli, who is presenting the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, and share her insights and the experience of the Commission of employing blockchain for the Sustainable Development Goals. Maria, thank you very much for being with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Galia. I hope you can hear me well. And I apologize for the problem I had before, but it's my first day back in the office, and my office computer, for some reason, didn't want to let me hear what you were saying. So my presentation will be on the link between blockchain and the Sustainable Development Goals. First of all, very quickly, as Galia just said, I work for the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe in Geneva, and I'm leading a group that is called the United Nations Center for Trade Facilitation and Electronic Business, UNCFACT. And our aim is to support international trade, facilitating the transaction, not only the exchanging goods, but also electronic messages. And this is why we are very interested, and next slide, please. And we are very interested and working very closely with blockchain. If we can go to the next slide, please. So what we have done in-house on blockchain, well, I'm not going to stay long on what is blockchain, because I guess everybody knows what it is. But as you know, this is a technology that is rapidly evolving, and has a huge potential benefits in terms of security, reliability, and cost efficiency in information exchange. And this is exactly for this reason that the UN are looking at this new technology in order to support the Sustainable Development Goals. In UNCFAC, we have prepared 2 white papers, one on the technical application of blockchain using the deliverables that we already have in-house. And the other one is an overview of what is already existing, and now blockchain can support the trade facilitation. We also have a paper on how blockchain can support implementation of the SDGs, and all this material is publicly available on our website. If we can go on the next slide now. So the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development was adopted by all the United Nations member states in 2015. And it provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and planet. And is composed of 17 development goals, even if in the graph that I saw there were only 16 for some reason. The 17, the last one is really on cooperation and partnership for all goals. So in a way, when you don't know where to case something, you just put it on 17 just to make it easier. So these SDGs goals are aimed to end poverty, and also looking at all the aspect of environment and human needs. So over the next decade, countries will mobilize their efforts to end all forms of poverty, fight inequalities, and tackle climate changes, while ensuring that no one is left behind. The Agenda 2030 puts great emphasis on the role of innovation, and how can this support sustainable development. Blockchain can make considerable contribution to the achievement of the SDGs, but also comes with some reserves that I will mention at the end of this presentation. In the UN family, several projects have been launched to use blockchain, especially on enabling e-identities, track information linked to identities, but not only, also to goods, and distribute resources. If we can go to the next slide, please. This is one of the projects that I like the most, and is linked to refugees. This project has been led by UN Women and WFP. And the first pilot has been done in Jordan, in a Syrian refugee camp, where the Syrian refugees have been gathering. And you have to imagine a refugee when she lives without documents in the major part of the case, nothing with him, and the UN organization and NGOs, normally they try to support them. So this pilot called the Building Blocks was conducted in a refugee camp in Jordania, where more than 10,000 refugees are at the moment, and they need to receive food. And what the idea was to distribute food through blockchain. So linked to the scanning of the EuroDIG of the refugee. This is another project that I will mention later on. These refugees can go to the local supermarket, and instead of paying cash or with a card payments that could be picked by other people, they can pay directly through the scanning of the iris. So in this way, blockchain technology can be used to support the poorest and combating SDG 2, zero hunger, and 5, gender equality, because it's mainly addressed to women, because in a lot of cases they are the most vulnerable, arriving with small children, kids, and of course in all this we are supporting SDG 1 for ending extreme poverty. A more kind of usual topic for blockchain is transport and exchanging of documents. So this project is a project that has been conceived by the World Food Programme in order to be able to track shipping documents along the supply chain, especially in Ethiopia and the Djibouti corridor. And this to avoid the delays in the shipping of support goods for poor people and refugees camp. And in this way, we can avoid losing time for the relief goods to arrive to the humanitarian camps. If we go to the next one, this is a project that we are doing here in UNECE, and is a project on cotton in the cotton filiere. The aim of the project is to implement blockchain technologies for traceability and due diligence in the cotton value chain in support of circular economy. So several private enterprises, including fashion brands, textile producers, are focusing their efforts into achieving a greater transparency and visibility for their supply chain and production processes. The idea is that in this way, the brands and the textile retailers can make informal decisions trying to reduce the green print, the environment impact of the production of cotton, but also the use of reducing the use of chemicals and have a fair work for everybody. So we are supporting here SDG 12 that allows to have a responsible consumption and production, and SDG 8 on decent work and economic growth. If we can go to the next project, this is also a project that we have launched 3 months ago. It's to create a white paper on strategy for development and implementation of interoperable global blockchain technology infrastructure. And this is a problem that we have seen that frequently is rising when we are using blockchain. The main driver is to define the elements of blockchain framework structure within 3 pillars: legal interoperability, governance interoperability, and technical interoperability. And the objectives is to find solutions to make interoperable different blockchain or DLT protocols and standardize their capabilities and operation in different legal governance and environments. And this is especially in case countries don't have a common regulatory environment. Next slide, please. Atrium is a project developed by WFP and UNICEF, and is really a UN agency project to enable the UN with creating a sandbox environment in order to connect to each other. If we can go to the last project example, this is the UN digital identity. I mentioned it when I first talked about the refugee camp. This is also a project to use blockchain to register refugees. This is especially important for minors when young adults or kids arrive in another country. Sometimes they arrive without their parents. So it is very important to be able to trace them, and then nobody can change their identities. And here we support SDG 16 on peace and justice, and 17 on that I was mentioning before, that is on global cooperation. If we can go to the next line, next slide. So I mentioned some challenges with blockchain. Blockchain cannot be used in any case because there are costs involved, and then there might be a problem with regulation and interoperability. If we can go to the next slide, I will just quickly recap these challenges. So you have, when you decide that you are going to launch a blockchain project, you have to see if you really need blockchain as a mean of securing your information. Sometimes you can use other means that are less expensive, so you really, that's the first thing that you have to evaluate. And then when you create it, you have to look also at the robustness, at the vulnerability, and then the speed and availability to scale up, and then the degree of privacy that you need. So just a word of caution, because it could create barriers to micro and small enterprises, and in some developing countries, they might not have the technology to speed up. If we can go to the last slide, just to a couple of recommendations. There are many more examples of blockchain to support SDGs. I just mentioned some that are some projects that at the moment are led by the UN. It could be, and it is, a very high potential technology, blockchain. What we have to see is that we have the critical mass in order to have benefits at global level, and then use interoperability in order to allow everybody to access and to link other blockchain. Maybe if I may, just a word on the replies that were given before. Don't feel frustrated if you think that after my presentation your reply was not correct, because there are many other ways of supporting the SDGs through blockchain. For example, many of you were mentioning the support to the energy, clean energy, and this is correct. For example, there are a lot of trial to use blockchain in order for private individual to exchange the surplus of their solar panel production, and many other projects that are covering other SDGs. And you can know more looking in our website at our papers. Thank you very much. If you can go to the last slide, just to thank you. Back to you, Galia.
Yes, thank you, Maria, very much. But you have provided an excellent example on the SDG number 12, which was also mentioned by our participants as a most relevant contribution for blockchain. Now, you've mentioned interoperability, and this is the holy grail, I should say, for the blockchain implementation in a wider aspect. And I myself have the pleasure to be involved in this white paper that you refer to, exploring the challenges towards interoperability. And I allow myself also to say that out of the research and discussions that we have been doing, solving the challenges, the legal, governance, and technological challenges, and making it possible for blockchain to be interoperable is also, in my opinion, one of the key success factors for enabling all these other public blockchain use cases. And now I think we have a most appropriate now speaker that maybe could provide us with some practical insights and solutions as how this interoperability challenge could be solved. And we have here Mr. Petris Tsilgalvis, a representative of the European Commission and in charge of the European blockchain services infrastructure that, to the best of my knowledge, aims to solve these issues, the issues of interoperability, the possibility for providing a self-sovereign digital identity for the European citizens. And at this stage, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Tsilgalvis to provide some insights of what exactly is the European Commission having in mind by supporting this European blockchain services infrastructure. Petris, thanks for being with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Galia, for inviting me. And if I could ask my slides, there they are. The title of my presentation is EU FinTech Blockchain, Innovation, Infrastructure, and Regulation. And this is all in the end for the citizen, who is an actor both in economy and society. At one moment, a consumer, another moment, a citizen, a member of society. And we aim to address both. Next slide, please. We are aiming for a leadership role along with other important parts of the world in blockchain with a holistic approach. We have a joined up political vision. All 27 EU member states and also Norway and Liechtenstein have signed the European Blockchain Partnership Declaration. We heard about this from Italy, from our first speaker. We're very happy for Italy's contribution and the contribution of all the member states. In public-private partnership, we work closely with, I think, the next speaker, the International Association of Trusted Blockchain Applications. This afternoon, I speak to the policy group of the European Blockchain Partnership exactly on joining the Governmental Advisory Board, which the European Commission, along with other international actors, is already in. And then we have connecting global and European expertise. We have renewed the EU Blockchain Observatory and Forum. It had a first 2-year contract. It's a think tank working for us, and we had another public tender. So the new observatory will start work very soon, but prior to that, you will have a final book of all the results of the first mandate. And as I say, this is the knowledge. This is a little bit information, blockchain and innovation, blockchain and public services, blockchain and self-sovereign identity, as you mentioned, blockchain and transport. And I won't go on and on, but please look at the website. The workshops are open to all of you. The community is open to everyone. The mapping is open for your projects. Then we're investing in EU research, innovation, and startups. I'll say a bit more about that. And promoting and enabling single market legal framework, interoperable standards, which were just mentioned, and skills development. Next slide, please. This is on the investment side, and the investment side is aimed to charge our artificial intelligence and blockchain startups and scale-ups. Again, this is the economic side, but ideally we hope that there will also be societal benefits and benefits for the citizen, perhaps as a consumer now. We're starting with 100 million euro this year, and this will go up through the Invest EU program in the upcoming years. Next slide, please. Convergence, data economy. We have new European Commission policies on a data strategy adopted in February. The digital strategy, which announced a framework for a convenient, competitive, and secure digital finance, including legislative proposals on crypto assets, which, why we're involved with our finance colleagues, is not limited to those that are securities or payments, but also utility tokens to run decentralized systems. For instance, decentralized systems for social good, decentralized systems for sharing and managing data for the self-determination of the individual. We have a white paper on artificial intelligence, February 2020. A blockchain strategy, which is actually probably going to be now a part of a technological sovereignty strategy. So a chapter with a what we call a staff working document. So perhaps just as or even longer, but part of a bigger whole with the other vital technologies. And a standard strategy, which my unit is also responsible for on all digital standards. This is also the interoperability also between technologies, not just between blockchains, but also with artificial intelligence applications, Internet of Things, data. Next slide, please. The European Blockchain Partnership, we heard a bit about it. It's building a European blockchain services infrastructure. We have 4 use cases that are moving towards deployment now: regulatory reporting, self-sovereign identity, diploma certification, and audit document certification. And we have added new ones, including SME bonds, small and medium enterprise bonds on the blockchain across the whole single market. This is something that very much we need as part of the recovery. Next slide, please. The European Blockchain Partnership, I would add on it, it's working as a regulatory sandbox, something we're going to talk about now as well. We don't have and won't have a law on blockchain, just as we don't have a directive on transistors or on servers, but we will have legal documents, legal instruments on probably tokenization and maybe on smart contracts. But this is why in adapting the provision of the public services to using a blockchain, we have to experiment a little bit. And here with the member states, we can do that, utilizing a proportional application of EU law or national law. Next slide, please. This is the Observatory Forum. I mentioned it, but here you have great detail on all the different reports, the different workshops, workshop videos. This is available to you. Please visit the internet site. I won't read you all the great detail. Among other things that I would signal, the convergence of artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and blockchain. I mean, we do see blockchain as part of an emerging technology stack. It can do some things by itself, but we think it will gain its greatest potential when it is enabling and being enabled by, for instance, artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things. Next slide, please. This is what I mentioned on the legal side. We have a public consultation open right now on the Digital Services Act, and you have a set of questions on smart contracts. Is the current legal framework sufficiently clear to ensure mutual recognition of smart contracts across borders and clarify jurisdiction? And then we finished a public consultation on the legal framework for issuing and trading tokens, crypto assets, or digital assets, also when they're not considered financial instruments. And this can be very much the societal side, the individual self-determination side, tokens being used to give access to data to whom you wish to give access to, for instance, donating it for medical research or another purpose. But getting recognition and perhaps protection that with time stamping, you can see that the data was accessed by those you intend to have access it. Next slide, please. This is some more detail on the public consultation. All my slides will be available to you, so I won't read it into great detail, but we did have a great deal of interest on the crypto assets, 191 replies from different types of stakeholders. We want to see if there need to be changes there. Okay, you moved ahead, but that's fine. That's fine. Now we're moving ahead with that legal instrument. Standardization. Standardization facilitates market take-up. It ideally reduces barriers to entry. It reduces lock-in in public procurement, and we think it facilitates participation of SMEs and interoperability. So this is also something that both for economic and societal applications, we think it is very useful. Next slide, please. And I think this is where I thank you. You can find the Blockchain Observatory and Forum on Twitter. You can find me on Twitter. You can write to me on email. We also have a website, which I didn't include here, but you can just look for European Blockchain Partnership, European Blockchain Services Infrastructure, and I will, of course, remain in the panel and can answer questions and respond, and also can respond to you after this session by the media that are shown here. Thank you very much, everyone, for your attention.
Thank you so much, Patrice. This is impressive what the European Commission is doing. I myself participated in the public consultation, and I was impressed by the in-depth of the document you were sharing, which actually gives the signal that the European Commission takes it seriously. And right, and so thank you also for taking the time to participate here. You've mentioned here the self-sovereign identity, an issue that was mentioned by Mr. Bellet, by also Mrs. Ceccarelli, and digital identity is, I now dare to say, a public good that could be enabled through the blockchain infrastructure. And that's why I would like now to post the next questions, survey questions to our audience, asking them to rank from 1 to 5 the most important growth factors for self-sovereign identity proliferation in Europe. And we have 5 factors. If you go to the survey on the Mentimeter, you would be able to read these 5 suggested factors. first one being business adoption, the second technology implementation, user adoption, trust and inclusivity, government support and regulatory compliance, and the last one, governance and trust framework. So, right. So if you can take 1 minute to complete the ranking, right? Maybe 10 more seconds. Okay. Interesting. For a long time, government, okay, for a long time, the component on the regulatory compliance, the government support and regulatory compliance was taking the first place. And now we have technology implementation, interoperability and standardization as being ranked most important factor for having the self-sovereign identity proliferation. And this is quite interesting because these two factors, let's see whether it would change. No, now we even have a user adoption, trust and inclusivity, but we could say that there is a competition between the technology implementation, interoperability and standardization, government support and regulatory compliance, and then user adoption and trust and inclusivity. And these signals that we get from the public also are in accordance with the efforts at the European Commission. And this is very impressive, right? Because the European Commission is approaching the aspects, the concerns of the public about blockchain implementation. And now, if we look on the factor which is highly ranked as most important for self-sovereign identity proliferation, technology, interoperability and standardization, I am happy to have our next key participant, namely Mrs. Barbara Greplova, who is the co-chair of the working group on energy at the International Association of Trusted Blockchain Applications, because she could perhaps give us an insight of how this interoperability, this technology implementation could take place in a sector as the energy sector in Europe, and what the working group of energy at the NATO is doing to support this. So, Bara, thank you so much for being with us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Galia, and all the organizers for inviting me to this workshop. As Galia said, I am the co-chair of the Energy Working Group of the INADBA Association. The whole association is slightly over a year old, and we formed our Energy Working Group about sometime last summer. So we started to look at the value of distributed ledger technologies in energy across various sectors or various levels of engagement. In terms of the benefits for the citizens, I would probably divide it into indirect benefits and direct benefits. Within the organization or the working group, we started to focus on how we operate over 3 subgroups. We have energy networks that focuses on hardware, operation and maintenance, and the security and physical aspects of the energy sector. We have a subgroup that's called energy trading, which focuses on the market relationships, peer-to-peer trading, and so on. And also we have a final subgroup that focuses on, I apologize for any background noise, it's my nephew. We have the final subgroup that focuses on everything that's kind of non-electric. So we have the traditional oil and gas industry there, traditional companies and utilities that are trying to transition into the digital era. We also have all the non-electric related topics there. In addition to those subgroups, we started to identify unofficially that we want to focus on how energy and how blockchain in energy can help with sustainability and climate action. So we started forming an unofficial subgroup for that to look how, for example, blockchain can help in regions that lack electrification or that have energy poverty or have energy vulnerable customers. So we started to look at that quite recently. It's one of the new additions to the group's work. We also identified that what's main issue within the whole ecosystem in connection to blockchain is communication and information flow, and also misinformation about the technology. So we started to focus on capacity building, and in that respect we identified that it is not only important to focus on capacity building in terms of policymakers or decision makers or executives, but we also want to focus on the end consumer, on prosumers, as well as probably the next generation, the young people who are more and more becoming involved in matters of sustainability and energy and the whole climate action movement. So as was mentioned by the other speakers, we also started to tackle the topic of interoperability, and especially in Europe, the energy sector is so fragmented that we don't want to end up with blockchain applications in energy that would be just siloed projects that don't work together, and they don't work across the they don't work cross nationally. They don't work on the continental level, for example. So the purpose of the working group for energy is to help, first of all, with standardization and providing guidelines and recommendations on how blockchain can be utilized in the energy sector to help it modernize more quickly, how to deal with the whole fact that we have way more digital devices connected to the grid, to the whole ecosystem and to internet. Everything's interconnected now. So we've started to tackle the topic of digital identities as well, because that's of course connected with many people becoming prosumers. People nowadays have their solar installations at home, they have battery installations, they have EVs, but they also have electric scooters or bikes. So we can see that there's the real empowerment for the citizens, that they are becoming active participants in the energy ecosystem. Historically, they were only the passive participants. So we can see that there's new business models being made around around customers. Everything's becoming more customer-centric in the energy business, and it allows the new business models allow, for example, it allows new business models for usage or for cost or pricing. For example, in terms of EVs, it's been difficult, or it's still very difficult to travel with your electric vehicle internationally, because your energy account doesn't travel with you across borders. So blockchain is an enabler in this, and it can empower the citizen to be able to use the electric vehicle abroad. It can also help, give the customer peace of mind in terms of where the source of energy is coming from. So if it's from their own house, they know they also can provide it back to the grid. They are doing something for their community. They are doing or helping to make the energy grid more efficient. Or making it work more efficiently. I would also like to say that in terms of the more indirect benefits to the citizens, of course, blockchain is more of a functional tool in the energy business. It's not the silver bullet. It's not the ultimate solution, because, as was mentioned before, blockchain is not always feasible in the energy sector. But what we've kind of agreed on is that it is a functional tool that helps the other technologies to be more efficient, to be more flexible, to actually cost less or provide more revenues. And in that way, indirectly, it can help the end consumer. I've put down some more benefits on the slide that you can see in front of you. I also want to mention, blockchain helps with operation and efficiency of a lot of companies. A lot of energy companies are starting to adopt blockchain to help with customer services, with internal energy practices. And this, in fact, can actually have an effect on tariffs, for example, for the end consumer. The blockchain can also help create local consumer-oriented marketplaces or microgrids, which can be, for example, interesting in places that lack electrification or that don't have the necessary infrastructure that would be normally needed. So having those local power generation consumption hubs can reduce some of the transmission losses and avoid some of the expensive network upgrades. What I think is important for the end consumer and the citizen in terms of blockchain in energy is the transparency and the speed with which new business models can be adopted. And the transparency and the knowledge that data can be changed really on the blockchain is something very important for the end consumer as well as for the companies. So that is all from me. Thank you for the attention. And back to you, Galia.
Yes, thank you, Boris, so much. You have outlined various use cases actually in the energy sector that could be enabled through blockchain. And what I have noticed also here that you have confirmed a statement from Petris that actually blockchain should be also considered as an enabler for other technologies, artificial intelligence and so on. So this justifies the importance of the topic and of this workshop that we have. And I'm very much happy to see that we have participants waiting now to get engaged in questions and discussions with you. And at this stage, I would like to open the floor to the participants to ask questions. You could indicate this by using the raise hand button, and then Mark will unmute you. Or if you feel uncomfortable with that, you could post the questions in the chat function. I already have a number of questions, but let's first give the opportunity to the participants to raise their questions online. I don't see any hands raised, so maybe I can read out some of the questions that were. Yes, so we have now one question to Peteris. When do you expect the first EU use case delivering?
This year in the next months. In principle, several of the use cases are very close to deployment. We basically had the disruption of the coronavirus, which is not so much in the work, but in the possibility to publicize the launch of the deployment and so on. People are obviously preoccupied with other things, and I mean, this should not hold us up forever, but you also want to announce and demonstrate things when there's some attention to it. So I think you can be sure that this year, and I think all the use cases within 2020, 2021.
Okay, could you maybe say some words about the use cases, because our participant seems not to be aware exactly of the nature of, I guess you mean the 4 use cases on the EPSI.
Very, very glad to. There's two that are, or two that's one that are on regulatory reporting in the tax area. There's the self-sovereign identity, which was mentioned. There's diploma certification and authentication, and there is also the audit document authentication and publication. Probably with the audit documentation with the European Court of Auditors, we will be able to move forward most rapidly and basically any time now. But like with everything, you don't want to have things go live, at least from a political point of view, in late July or August, because then it's not noticed and you don't then have the follow-up take-up effect.
Okay, and now a further comment building upon your response. We have a participant who makes the statement that most of the use cases now are built on private blockchains. And what about services from public permission blockchains to be integrated into the EPSI framework?
Well, right now, I mean, this is as part of the first steps. The applications, the use cases I mentioned, I mean, they're permanent, they're for deployment, but they're working right now on Ethereum Enterprise and on Hyperledger Fabric. We're planning under the Digital Europe program, which will start in 2021, to make a innovation procurement of a, probably never use the word permanent, because especially in software and technology, things need to be constantly updated, but a protocol layer that we would utilize along with applications layer technologies. So there we are very open. We will be defining that. We have, which may be of interest to the listeners, especially if you're in the ecosystem, in the supply side, we have a pre-commercial procurement open right now to basically scale and improve and ensure sustainability of the blockchains that we are using. So, I mean, it's a process, but it's a process that's taking up speed and is scaling with a high ambition.
Okay, thanks a lot. So I have another question, and this question has been posed quite early in the chat, and it is about a question to Maria, and I'm now reading it out. One of the concerns of using artificial intelligence and blockchain technologies in refugee camps is to understand whether the fundamental rights refugees and displaced people are fully protected. How is the data being collected, managed, and used? Who controls the data collected, and how involved are the refugees in these decisions? And this is a question related to the use case presented by Maria. So Maria, if you would like to provide an answer to this question.
Yes, I also posted in the chat the link where it's possible to find more information on this project. So how the information are collected? These are collected by UN employees in the refugee camp. How they are stored? These are private database. It's not, of course, an open database, and it's managed by WFP, and the last part, if the refugees' decision are kind of included. Well, I think that when a refugee arrives to a refugee camp, they want the maximum of the support that they can have, and they have all the interest in having their identity recorded and receiving support in food and other means. I just wanted to, if I can, just very quickly mention a project that was under development with UN Women, was the blockchain to record the properties in some Arabic countries where women have no rights. So if they don't have a man, they cannot claim any property. So, you know, when you are in certain situation where you risk to lose everything, okay, if you have something in a refugees camp, can be stolen, can be taken from you, and someone else can use your identity. I think you have an interest that someone can say who you are and what right you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, very much. I have another question, and this question, I just read it out. This is from Amali de Silva Mitchell. Are there preparations that can be put in place by users for smooth transition to blockchain from paper or other technologies? So basically, what is necessary for the users, for the citizens themselves, so that they can take advantage of these use cases? Who would like to take a position from our panelists?
I can make a very rapid response, and it's one that's also a little bit a challenge to the industry. Obviously, like with something like platforms and search, etc. I mean, blockchain will really take off either for public sector uses, like our European blockchain services infrastructure, or for private sector uses, when you have, for instance, a decentralized app to do it, when you have something that the ordinary citizens can push a button, insert information in. You can't be expecting individual people to be downloading nodes, writing smart contract in Solidity. I mean, some people will do this, but for mass adoption, this is what we have to aim for: ease of use, whether it's private or public.
Thank you, Patrice. And now I have another question for you, and it is about the EPSI services. So if a company wants to develop a use case on top of some of the initial EPSI services, will they be fully operational to run securely future applications? And would there be any permanent support team?
Okay, the EPSI will open up, obviously, with some part kept secure for tax reporting between the member states and so on, which will be an internal secured system. But then we do intend in the medium term to open it up. Right now, if a private company wants to participate, there's essentially two routes. One is the pre-commercial procurement, which is open right now. This is more selling to integrating a service into the EPSI. And then the second one is the European Blockchain Partnership Declaration has an opportunity for a public-private partnership. So this would be a proposal that should then be made to one or several member states, and this can then be considered by the Blockchain Partnership and the Commission to be put in the list of the use cases as the first public-private partnership. And then we foresee, once things are really up and running and it has this larger budget under the Digital Europe program, then there would be an entity managing this also for external relations, external contracts, full-time, and then there you could have much more active cooperation, but we're still a year, several years from that.
Thank you, Patrice. And another question. As EU South strategy, we are interested in the development of cross-border digital SGI. Are there any initiatives in this field using blockchain? From Alessio Pastorino.
Definitely, and here I'd be kind of maybe happy to give the floor to the colleague from ENATBA, because there's a very active working group, but we're also working on a green tech fund, not confined to blockchain. I mentioned the AI blockchain fund, and we're also looking at potential use cases related to green issues, but this will be a little bit in the future, but also on product passports. But I think ENATBA might have something to add.
So, Bara, would you like?
I actually couldn't advise on this. I apologize, but if you know, you can direct the question to me, to my email, I would be happy to find out within the association how would be or what applications would be the best to be linked to or to serve as a role model. So I would just include my email in the chat, and I'll be sure to find out the answer for you.
Sorry to put you on the spot. I know there's a very active green and climate working group. So I'm sorry about that.
No problem. We are very active, and I'm actually happy to learn myself what this could be, and I'm happy to provide the answer to Alessio Pastorino. So I will just share the email here. And
okay, so you're posting this in the chat. Thank you, Bara. Now I have another question for Mr. Belletz, but I think he left because he notified us he needs to leave earlier. Now another question is related to the COVID-19 tracing app, and the question is from Fabio Monet, and he's asking, could blockchain be put to use in the context of COVID-19 tracing apps and related privacy concerns? Maybe Patrice or Maria?
I mean, just rapidly, I mean, we're not working on it in my unit, and as an offer from the European Commission, the tracing apps are primarily national because they're linked to the national health systems, though it's foreseen that they will be interoperable, and the e-health network of the European Union is working on this. These are representatives of the health ministries. There are, and I know we have seen, there are several propositions to utilize blockchain for the core of such tracing apps. So, I mean, we think, again, where justified, this would be very much a good idea.
Okay, thank you. And Baro, would you like maybe to mention about initiatives COVID-19 tracing app?
In terms of ENATBA, we have fairly new task force created within ENADBA in collaboration with the working group Healthcare. They are in collaboration with the World Economic Forum as well, and they have. I know that they have several applications identified within the ENADBA membership that they're trying to utilize and see how that can work. As I am from different working group, and this is a focus of the healthcare working group, I wouldn't know exactly where they are right now, but I know they're very active in terms of already identifying or they have already identified applications that could potentially help in this aspect. I know that they are in collaboration with the Canadian government as well, who are focusing on I believe digital identities, identification of people, and other use cases, other sectors. So there's a very close collaboration between the public and private sector to see how services can be more digital and not physical anymore. So I hope that helps with the question.
Yes. Thank you, Bara. And now I see in the chat a last message, namely that we have run out of time. And now at this stage, I would like to wrap up our session. First of all, I would like to thank our key participants and our audience for engaging in this very interesting discussion. Now, I would like to give the floor to our reporter, Marco Lotti, who is with the Geneva Internet Platform, to summarize the main messages that he has taken out of this discussion. And these messages then will be also supported by a report, which is to be found on our EuroDIG wiki afterwards. So, Marco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Galia. Thank you very much. And thank you to the speakers for such an interesting discussion. As you said, I'm Marco Lotti. I'm with the Geneva Internet Platform. The Geneva Internet Platform is providing key messages and session reports from all the workshops and the main sessions. And the summary of this session will be available later this weekend or beginning of next week on our website, and I will also include the link in the chat. And the link, as you said correctly, will be also linked on the wiki page of EuroDIG. So just a reminder before I read the messages is that about the fact that these messages will also be available for additional comments from the speakers and the moderators of the sessions, and EuroDIG will also email more details on that. So this moment is just to see whether there is a very rough consensus about the messages that you see now displayed. Let's now go to the message number 1, which reads, "It is important to bring knowledge of blockchain technology at the government level. There is the need to further develop capacity of policymakers on blockchain and new technologies so that they can fully understand the potential of such technology for citizens and small medium enterprises, SMEs. If there is any strong objection to this message, I would invite you to write so in the chat. I'm waiting for a couple of minutes. I've compiled 3 messages for this session. 2 of them focus on capacity development, and the first one is on capacity development and information of policymakers. And the third message will focus on interoperability and common standards. So again, if I don't see any strong objection, I remind you, of course, that you can still edit the messages later on. I don't see anything in the chat, so I would move to the second message, please. Okay, as anticipated, the second message is still focusing on capacity building. To ensure the blockchain applications To ensure that blockchain applications benefit the wider society, capacity development programs should focus also on consumers and citizens so as to fight miscommunication and distorted perceptions about the potential of this technology. Again, if you have any strong objections to this message, I invite you to type so in the chat. Not seeing any stronger reactions. I would therefore move to the last message, message number 3, which is the longest, but it's difficult. It's always difficult to condense in 2-3 messages such a rich discussion. So that was definitely a challenge from my side. The third message reads as follows. The blockchain environment is still highly fragmented. The lacking of interoperability and engagement of stakeholders are among the challenges that prevent the broader application of blockchain technology from successful local cases to the global level. As a result, there is still need to develop common standards of application and a common legal framework. One of the possible ways forward is represented by the regulatory sandbox approach promoted by the European Commission. Again, I would invite you to type any objections to this message. I remind you again that you can still comment on these messages later on the platform that EuroDIG will send you more information about, as well as a detailed summary of this session will be available on the Geneva Info platform website, Digital Watch website, and I just included the link in the chat. Not seeing any objections. I think one comment from Maria Rosa Ceccarelli. I think you should add to look at the existing standards. I agree, this can be included, of course. Thank you for this edit. Any other comments? Again, not seeing any substantive comments in the chat. I would give the floor back to you, Galia. And
yes.
Again, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Marco, for an excellent summary. The points from all the key participants' inputs were outlined by you. At this point, once again, I would like to thank our key participants and the audience for spending their lunch break with us discussing these issues, which emphasizes the importance, right, of the issues. And I was really happy to have representatives of these public institutions talking to us about their efforts and initiatives on having the blockchain technology empowering the different public use cases. And I think we could wrap up the session by agreeing that we are very, very optimistic and positive about the future developments, but we also have to acknowledge that there are many challenges. And it's great to have the engagement of, as I said, these public authorities, these institutions, the EU, and also the European Commission that supports these efforts, because it seems that blockchain is actually a public good. It's not fitting to the classical business models. Now we have a completely different business model where all participants have to co-create, have to cooperate in order to benefit. And this is also proven by the open source nature of the blockchain technologies and the protocols. And this is something from my side, an idea which I would like to share with you, because for me, exactly the blockchain is this public good, this new business model where everybody has to, once again, co-create in order to benefit. And in this sense, also the one statement which I read in 2019 from the McKinsey report, saying that despite all these years of money and time, there is no evidence of success. Actually, here I should say that there is evidence coming, but the evidence should be expected more on the public side, the public services. And here we would have exactly this combination of cooperative models where we have the businesses working with the public authorities for creating public goods. And with this insight of mine, I would like to thank you once again, especially for sacrificing your lunch break for this workshop. And I hope to see you next year at EuroDIG 2021, and perhaps also in person in Trieste. So thanks again and see you. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Galia.
Thank you very much, Galia, for the excellent moderation. And thank you to the speakers and the participants. Just a reminder, we will reconvene at 2:30 on the same Studio Trieste to discuss about social media opportunities, rights, and responsibilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marco, as well for the perfect hosting. Thank you. Bye.
Hello.
Hi, Paolo. This is Sabrina. Nice
Hi,
to see
hi.
and hear you. Hi, everyone.
Hi, how are you?
Very good. I also see Guido and Charlotte and Liz. Hi, Roberto. And Abhilash, hello.
Hi, hi.
There is some noise, there is some music in the background. Is it normal?
I think we are still in the lunch break.
The sound is not very strong. I don't know whether it depends on me or on the system.
We can hear you very well. You're very clear.
Okay, so it goes well in your direction. In my
Absolutely,
direction,
yes.
it's very tenuous. Very tenuous.
Sorry, could we just do a sound check? Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Super. Thank you. Okay, very good. I have a new microphone, so just checking. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Thanks for being with us. I think the colleagues in Trieste setting all the speakers still up with the co-hosting rights, so you can unmute yourself by yourself, because for the participants, this function is only done by the colleagues in Trieste. So I hope you should be able to do this yourself. If not yet, then please let us know so we can inform the colleagues.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Seems like everything is working. Can everyone hear me? Hello from Hamburg.
Hi Guido. Yes, we can.
Hello. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4.
microphones. Does it work? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, and my input, it is better as well.
Yeah, okay. No, that's very clear. You're very clear.
Better, yeah.
Do we have everyone here, Sabrina? With one more speaker to...
I don't see Tanya yet, but the rest should be here, which is very great.
Hi, this is Tanya. Can you hear me?
Hi, Tanya. Yes, we can, loud and clear.
Great, perfect.
Hi, so I think that I've made co-host all the speakers that I had on the list. Please let me know if I'm missing somebody. And I understand the reporter as well, Katarina.
Hi, hello. This is Katarina from the GAP. Yes, could you please promote me to co-host, because I will address the messages at the end of the session.
Done.
Thank you very much.
I'm not sure if Liz Corbin has been made a co-host. She's one of the speakers.
Hello. I managed to unmute myself.
Oh, did you? Right. Okay. I couldn't see.
Is that okay?
Yes. Yeah. It doesn't say co-host next to your name, though. That's what I was asking.
Thank you. Yeah, I did it, but it comes with a confirmation message, and I probably...
I can see that. Yeah. Okay.
Luckily, it doesn't come with a third message that says, "But are you really, really sure?"
Well, I really like this function, mute all. So if somebody decides to take over the meeting for 90 minutes, you can just mute everybody else and just get on with it for 90 minutes non-stop.
But this is great. So it works for everyone. That's super. So we can take last 5-minute break.
This is almost... Sorry, Roberto.
No, I was just saying I don't have the nice background that Marco had when he was Studio Trieste, because it seems that my computer is not adapted for supporting this background. But anyway, I think that you can live without, and I'm not going to speak a lot. Okay. So I think that I need to share the screen at a certain point in time when we start. Okay.
Just to make sure how much time we have for presentation.
Well, it should be 90 minutes, right? I mean overall.
Yes, so the whole workshop is 90 minutes, but then for all key participants, please keep your statements short, so 5, maximum 7 minutes, because we want to take most of the time for the audience to ask some questions and give their input. So we will certainly politely interrupt you if you go a little bit over time.
So 5 minutes to speak about ourselves and then start the presentation. You will present us probably, right? So we don't...
Of course. I will give very brief introduction of everyone, and then we will give you one by one the floor.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Can you remind us the sequence? Can you remind the sequence? How we are going to go one after the other?
Hold on, I was unmuted. We will start with Tanya, then we go to Nertia, then we will go to Guido, Liz, Paolo, and then Charlotte.
Very good, thanks.
Okay.
Just one comment. In the slides, so I have to share my screen where the slides are. In the slides, there's one that has the speakers in a certain order. That will, anyway, will probably remain since you don't have slides to show.
Yeah, I think this can just run there in the background during the conversations for people who join halfway in to just see who is on the panel.
Yeah, exactly, and they can always commute in the screen so they can see the speaker instead.
Absolutely, yeah.
Just that you are aware of, the streaming has already started, so we are being recorded.
I think we'll start in 2 minutes. Roundabout, Sabrina?
Yes, I think Roberto will start and then hand over to us.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll start in a few seconds, and I have to do the introduction and read the code of conduct, and then give the floor to the moderator. I'll briefly introduce the moderator, and that's it. And then you take care about the saying what the session is about and everything.
Absolutely, yeah.
Hello, everybody. So we are starting the afternoon session, and my name is Roberto, and the session that we are going to have as a first session this afternoon at Studio Trieste is social media opportunities, rights, and responsibilities. So before giving the floor to the session, to the moderator of the session, I will just read the code of conduct. We'll remind everybody that what is the code of conduct. Basically, you need to state your full name when entering the room. Raise hands using the Zoom function to ask a question. Stay muted until the floor is given to you. And when speaking, switch on the video, state your name and affiliation. Do not share the links to the Zoom meetings, not even with your colleagues. So let me give the floor now to Sabrina Vollbau, that is the moderator of this session.
Thank you very much, Roberto. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon from Brussels. And welcome to this EuroDIG session on social media opportunities, rights and responsibilities. I'm Sabrina. I'm a project manager at European Schoolnet here in Brussels, and I will be moderating this session with Abhilash Nair, who is a senior lecturer in internet law at the Ashton Law School. Before we dive into the content, just a few practicalities. We encourage all participants on this call. Please do use the chat throughout the sessions as much as possible for your comments and also for your questions. We will make sure that we leave enough room at the very end, at the end of the session, for your questions and comments, also to foster this dialogue. We do have to keep 5 minutes at the end of our workshop in the tradition of EuroDIG. We have a colleague, Katarina, from the Geneva Internet Platform with us, who will read out the key messages, the main takeaways of our discussions today, that later on will be published on the EuroDIG website. With any further ado, I'm very happy to kick off today's session, which I think could have not come at a better moment in time, given the current COVID-19 pandemic and many citizens who have been confined at home for weeks and months. The internet and especially social media platforms provided a lifeline for many people to stay connected with their communities. While this is obviously a great opportunity, it also brings even greater responsibilities along. And not only during COVID-19, but also when we look back at past events, social events, economic related events, political events, very often, and in these moments, social media is misused, and we do see there are in certain occasions, these results in an increase of disinformation that are circulating on these platforms. This is why I'm very happy that today I'm joined by a very great panel, a panel of experts that works around this topic of disinformation and works very hard to combat disinformation on the internet. Let me briefly introduce you to our panelists. We have with us Nertil Berdurfi, who is an assistant professor at the University College Beder in Albania. Then we have Tanja Pasleska. She's a researcher at the Joseph Stefan Institute and a chair of the Slovenian Internet Society chapter. We have Liz Corbin with us. She's the deputy media director and head of news at the European Broadcasting Union. We have Charlotte Altenhöhner-Dion with us from the Council of Europe. She's the head of the Internet Governance Union and the secretary to the Expert Committee on Freedom of Expression and Digital Technology. We have Paolo Cesarini from the European Commission with us. He's the head of unit that covers media convergence and social media at DG Connect. And Guido Bülow, he's the head of news partnerships for Facebook. Thank you very much to all our panelists for taking the time to be with us this afternoon to discuss this very important and very timely issue. So I don't want to lose any more time, but dive into the conversation. So I'm happy to hand the floor over to Tanja now to kick us off with today's discussion. As said, she's coming from the academic field, and she has been researching around the topic of dis and misinformation for many years. And I'm very delighted for her to kick us off with some insights of her latest research. Tanja, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sabrina. I hope you can hear me well. Just confirm so that I can continue.
Okay. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. This is actually not only my research, it is part of the Compact project, which is Horizon 2020 project. So as part of the project, we developed a methodology through which we analyze the information governance initiatives in the field of information disorder. Just to give a quick definition, by information disorder, I mean misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation, which is fake news, harmful content, private or protected information that leaked from the private into the public space. So that this is what I mean by information disorder. Okay, so as part of analyzing the initiatives across Europe that deal with combating the information disorder, we developed a methodology that approaches the problem from two perspectives. One is regulatory implications, which means transparency and accountability. And the other is from the addressing of fundamental human rights. We only concentrate on a skewed set of fundamental rights, which can be extended as well, but the methodology is the same. So as part of the human rights, we analyzed the addressing of freedom of expression, equality and non-discrimination, protection of personal information, rights of children, freedom of assembly and association, and intellectual property rights. And so these are the two aspects from which we approach to analyze the actual criteria within the methodology. And the criteria are 5. So what is the context of implementation of these initiatives? Then how their conception and actual implementation took place, meaning how much they are open towards multi-stakeholder cooperation and so on. Then what are the mechanisms used to self-monitor themselves and to track the impact of their activities, how they perform the enforcement and complaint resolution mechanisms, and how much statutory support they get, so how much the state is involved within their activities. And this methodology was piloted across 24 European countries. The number of initiatives is 146. So it is not the exhaustive set of all of the initiatives that exist across Europe, but it is statistically sufficient to give some very valuable insights. And I will directly go to these insights. So one of the most important findings that for me personally was unexpected is that most of the initiatives are not open to multi-stakeholder involvement. And this is very unfortunate because one of the most important things for developing the undeveloped regulatory landscape for social media issues is multi-stakeholder involvement. And not only there is a lack of such involvement, most of the initiatives, and I will give also a number, around 70% are only acting at national level and are not coordinated among themselves. So this implies that there are a lot of isolated efforts to address the problem of disinformation and misinformation, but these efforts are not coordinated among themselves, which is not efficient and not as effective as it could be. So another finding is that there is a large underrepresentation of certain types of stakeholders. For me personally, the most striking finding regarding this is that there were only 4 out of the 146 initiatives that include digital rights and civil activists. So 4 of these initiatives only include that type of stakeholder. As part of the main challenges that the initiatives reported that they are facing with is insufficient public awareness on the problem of information disorder. On the other hand, to give a more positive evaluation, most of the efforts that they put for the fight against information disorder is on the increasing public awareness. So the objectives are well placed and clearly defined. However, there is still insufficient public awareness among the general population, since this is a very much evolving issue. So it is not easy to keep track of all the latest events and problems that are being appearing. Then we also analyzed the employment of technology and the technical solutions used as part of fighting information disorder, and it is very, very low. Only 28%, I think, or around 25 use technology as part of their activities, and these are mainly the fact checkers. So when I say initiatives, maybe I should have mentioned that when I say initiatives, I mean every type of initiative that is concerned with the problem of information disorder. So this is a very broad range of initiatives. We can here mention the public service media, the fact checkers, the individual citizens as well, the activists, the content sharing platforms, the media outlets in general. So a lot of different types of stakeholders are involved here. Another interesting result is that there is, although the initiatives are putting as their objectives increasing transparency and accountability of the players within the field, they themselves are not implementing any safeguards for transparency of their methodology, of the financial schemes, and of the points of state inclusion within their activities. So this is very unfortunate, because it basically means that they're undermining their own activity in a way by not implementing, by not preaching, or by not doing what they're preaching. So here we can give some concrete recommendations as well. One final finding that I will share, and then concentrate on only two to point them out how important they are. So the final finding is that there is a huge mismatch of the timelines between the practices of academia and so between theory and practice, I would say, and I will explain that a bit more. So one thing that I would like to point out as a problem that needs immediate addressing is the multi-stakeholder involvement and the coordination between the initiatives. There was a talk today during the plenary, I think it was by Patrick, where he talked about the recommendations and the baseline. So here I presented the actual state, which is quite off this baseline. And mainly regarding this multi-stakeholder inclusion. So the low openness to multi-stakeholder inclusion and the underrepresentation of digital and civil rights activists does not mean that the issues related to these activities are not addressed. But it practically means that those who are directly concerned by the issues are not discussing them, are not those who are involved in shaping the policies regarding those issues. And here I would also mention the inclusion of children. For me in particular, it is an interesting phenomenon to observe that some information is considered to be misinformation or disinformation, but by the younger audience, it is just a regular information to which they are used to. They don't see it as misinformation because they have adapted to the either to the tone of the present tone across the social networks, which may be striking for the older audience. So we have to be aligned also with the children. And if I want to be provocative here, I will put forward the following statement. The effect of policy implementation on human rights is much less interesting than their fitting within the company's business models. So mainly when shaping the policies, I think a lot of attention is given to how they fit within the business models of the stakeholders, but disregarding the impact of human rights. I'm a bit of the devil's advocate here, so you can confront on that with me later. But the main point is that I cannot overemphasize how important it is to act in the direction of multi-stakeholderism. And the last point is that, actually during the panel, it was mentioned that science is at the forefront of fighting the issue on disinformation, especially regarding COVID-19. And I would not agree completely with that, because there is a huge mismatch between, as I said, practice and research. So I will just give one lucid example. I usually imagine this like this. So we have a problem, let's say it's disinformation, and it's a problem that causes huge impacts on the world. So the world ends because of that, and out of the apocalyptic ashes, one researcher rises up and said, I did it, I managed to find the definition of disinformation. So this is the mismatch that I'm talking about. While the peer review process in academia requires a lot of time to pass before accepting the research as valid, the policies require sometimes, especially regarding disinformation, immediate response. Thank you very much. This was what I had to say.
Thank you, Tanya. That was very useful, very informative. You've set out a few issues there. What thing that particularly was striking for me was how underrepresented digital rights and civil activists are, and also the lack of multi-stakeholder involvement. And what better platform can you think of than EuroDIG to discuss multi-stakeholderism? As if you look at the panel, we are fairly multi-stakeholder, so to speak. Yeah, anyway, so I'm sure we will come back to some of those issues in more detail when we take questions and get to the discussion stage of the meeting. I think we'll go straight to the next speaker, Nurtul Berdafi from the University College of Beda. Nurtul is going to speak about very broadly how an earthquake in Albania triggered off a series of the government response to that. And I think he's going to pose two fundamental questions, i.e. whether it is better to have no news at all rather than fake news, and the role of government in media control generally. I hope I have summarized that briefly and nicely for you. Nurtul, over to you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear all of me. So my idea today is to explain how this case in Albania can be spread all over Europe and the world, and how the governments can use such things as emergency situation for their purposes, or in the other side, how the fake news or misinformation can influence in the people, and how it can be such a causing public panic, and everything can be undergo. So in November 2019 in Albania, we had a huge earthquake, 6.4. And after that, what happened, it was that all in the social media started a lot of fake news and misinformation that something big can happen. And it was a girl, in fact, from Durazo, a city near to Tirana, that posted this information. And after that, all the people in Tirana and Durrës go out, and it was kind of panic, and everything was blocked. So all the roads and everything happened. So that causes that the police take conditions, and what they did, they get directly to this girl and arrested that for causing public panic. In the other side, this girl says that I was just tweeting, or I was just sharing a post that another portal has made it. And after that, what's happened, it was kind of spreading all over the media, this fake news. And the prime minister, that was the key point, when the prime minister went online and he said to the public that all this media and all these social medias that are posting, that are posting these materials which are fake and misinformation, the people should be blocked. And that's what happened. This portal was blocked by the government, but what wasn't blocked was the Facebook portal, the Facebook account that they have, because it is not in the government that closed this kind of portals and in the Facebook area. So after that, what bring it together, it was that the Prime Minister directly started a new law on audiovisual media services, and in fact it was called the law on fake news, and it says that this law should be ready as fast as possible so we can block all these fake news and other things. But in the other side, all the civil debates and political debates came in front, and they said that this is unconstitutionally, and also it somehow has blocked the right of expression of the media freedom and other things. What it really happens, because the government and the president has a conflict in such issue, and the president sent it to the Venice Commission, and before 2 days, the Venice Commission says that this is, of course, unconstitutionally with the Albanian constitutional, but also it breaks a lot of freedom of expression and media freedom. And so the government should somehow retreat in this part. And what, in fact, I have put it down, it's kind of question. If it is better to have no news at all rather than the fake news, which is kind of putting all this pressure nowadays. And as we are seeing also in the pandemic that we are now, so we have a lot of fake news that going around the media, social media, in fact, and all the governments also in Europe, we have had some problems, such things. Also in Hungary, they have made some laws and other things that somehow close this part of freedom of expression, and the other part which is for media freedom. So this is a big question, in fact, and I don't know how the situation will go far away, also in Albania, but also in other countries in this part, so we can let the government to take control on this kind of fake news or regulation, and they can be kind of genders in this area, or we can find another solutions and we can arrange a little bit this part, and we can somehow regulate this in front of government and in front of the freedom of expression and freedom of media. So that's my points in this part. I don't know if
Thank you, Natal. Thanks. That was fascinating, but also thank you for sticking to your time limits. Much appreciated. I think part of the idea of a EuroDIG session is to get as much audience participation as possible in the end. It's very helpful indeed. I think you make two fundamental points there, which we would come back on later on. One is the remit of regulation, remit of state regulation. What can overregulation do? And also, I think that raises a further conceptual question as to how do you differentiate opinion on the one hand with facts on the other. So I'm sure we'll come back to that in due course. Well, the next speaker is Head of News Partnerships, Facebook, Guido Bulow. Thank you very much for coming along. You are the only industry representative here on the panel, no pressure. But we would expect you to talk about how you handle some of these issues and what Facebook does, or generally what social media can do, companies can do, in order to make that multi-stakeholder approach more workable, as Tanya pointed out in her first presentation. Okay, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation and the chance to have that discussion with all of you. So when I talk about our approach to integrity of our platforms, or all platforms, because it's not simply just Facebook anymore, it's also Instagram and other apps. We have a threefold approach. On the one hand, we remove content from our platform that violates our community standards. And as a second step, we reduce the amount of distribution for content that does not directly violate our community standards, but still undermines the authenticity of the platform. And we do that by reducing its distribution in newsfeed. And last but not least, and I personally feel that is one of the most important topics which usually is underrated and less discussed, is we want to empower people to decide for themselves what to read, trust, and share by informing them with more context in our products. So if you want to say that's news literacy, media literacy. So I don't have to dwell a lot on the first topic on our community standards. Most people are hopefully pretty well aware of that. But just to give you one example, what we remove from our platform are, as an example, fake accounts. Just last quarter, we removed 1.7 billion fake accounts, which we, by the way, also are very transparent about in our transparency reports, which are publicly available and have just been released. We don't remove any misinformation. Misinformation actually falls in the second bucket, where we are working together with 60 partners globally in more than 55 languages. And just to break it down to Europe, in Europe, it's 31 partners in 27 languages. And we're constantly expanding our network of partners that we're working together with. And when I talk about our fact-checking program for a second, we are working with those partners that are certified by the International Fact-Checking Network. So a global standard, and everyone is abiding by the same principles, by the same code of conduct, and adheres to transparency and transparency of funding sources and things like that. And the goal of the program, obviously, is to combat misinformation, to identify and address viral misinformation that with provably false claims, content that can be harmful, or that is financially motivated, things like that. And there is one exception which I put up front right away because it has been discussed a lot in the last few weeks. We have an exception for political speech, so that content that has been directly created by politicians is not eligible to be fact-checked. And we don't do that because we want to help politicians, but we feel like politicians people should hear directly from the elected officials, and the private company should not interfere in that political discourse. That being said, in the last, especially since, we're still in the Corona crisis, in the last few months, our fact-checking partners have submitted 7,500 explanatory articles, which resulted in 50 million misinformation overlays that we put on top of identified misinformation, which we, by the way, like I said, reduced the amount of distribution on our platform. And 95% of the people actually didn't engage anymore with these postings. So they didn't engage them by commenting or sharing or liking them. So which is exactly that what we want to achieve. And other than that, we also do as part of the process is also to inform people retroactively. So just assume you have shared something in the past and it's now getting fact-checked. We will also inform people by sending out notifications. And we don't just stop there with Facebook. We extended that program also to Instagram at the end of last year, so that a single fact check, let's say a video or an image where we also are able to detect duplicates, have a much greater impact than just on a single platform. And it's quite harder, of course, to do that with articles. But we're making some good progress to also identify duplicates, also with the use of technology, of course. And our fact-checking partners do get a potential similar articles where they can apply ratings, the similar rating that they apply to one article to other articles as well, just to speed up the process of fact-checking. And and we also acknowledge that there are certain stakeholders that share misinformation more often. We also do enforce on those, so that if someone is repeatedly sharing misinformation, we do demote the whole page or domain, so that technically the bad actors, so to say, doesn't get any distribution anymore on our platform. We also revoke the rights to use our advertising products or monetization products. So no one is able to earn any money or boost that kind of content on our platform anymore. And apart from that, of course, we take the signals that we get from the fact-checking program also into other areas. We've started the news publisher indexes. So it's a registration for publishers that they can self-identify them as news publishers on our platform. And that signal that we get from our fact-checking partners plays a role into that as well. And there are other products, and I could talk about that a bit longer, but I know we have some time constraints here. So I quickly wanted to jump on the last part, the media literacy, because like I said, I personally feel that is very, very important to empower people to decide on their own and to spot misinformation on their own. Which is why we are partnering with publishers to come up with initiatives in Germany, as an example, with Zeit Online, a school project, so that school children get to learn more about what it feels like to be a journalist, what are the challenges as a journalist, things like that. We're also partnering again with our fact-checking partners on doing regular news literacy campaigns on our platforms. Maybe you have seen our coronavirus information center on top of newsfeed, or when you search for coronavirus on Instagram, you do get more information from WHO and other reliable sources. And the same with WhatsApp, where we partnered with local health authorities. And I think that's it in a nutshell. Like I said, given that we only have 5 minutes time, I want to hand it over back to you.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Gid. I'm sure there will be questions. Towards the end, I can already see a question in the chat window, which we will pick up later, but was essentially on the political speech exception you talked about earlier. I also have a view on that. Where do you draw the line? What counts as public interest? Is it just politicians' speech, or are there other stakeholders whose speech should also count as in the public interest and should not be exempted? But we'll come back on those issues later in the session. Our next speaker is Liz Corbin. She's the Deputy Media Director and Head of News of the European Broadcasting Union. Liz obviously comes from a different world of editorial controls and oversights and quality controls, so on and so forth. In fact, the advertised main media attributes of public service media on the website is universality, independence, excellence, diversity, accountability, and innovation are the core principles that guide them. And obviously, you couldn't think of a more polar opposite world than user-generated content in social media, where no such controls exist. I'm sure Liz would speak a little bit about those aspects as well. So over to you, Liz.
Thank you very much. I'm really, really pleased, just as our previous speaker said, that to be having this conversation today. It's absolutely crucial because the stakes are so very, very high. At its very basic level, this is about helping everyone, everywhere, understand what is true and what isn't. And in the current moment, the current situation we're in, this means understanding a crisis which is having a profound effect on all of our lives. And it's become abundantly clear that the public crave information they can trust, and that they've had enough of fake news. But why is trusted content so important? Surely raw information, raw facts, raw opinions is what's needed. No filter, so people can see everything that's out there and make up their own minds about what is true. Of course, that sounds incredibly attractive, and it's understandable that people would like that theory. But of course, the reality is completely different. People aren't stupid. They realize there is huge amounts of incorrect information out there. And they're wondering instead whether they should just trust nothing that they see anymore, believe nothing at all. Even the established public service broadcasters, maybe they shouldn't trust them either. But the problem is that when people believe nothing at all, as we know, they'll actually believe anything. And that is the future if we don't act now. And if this current crisis isn't motivating us to act, frankly, I don't know what will. COVID-19 is a global problem. As Tanya said earlier, we must collaborate more. The virus doesn't know borders, and nor does fake news. There is no one vaccine that's going to purge this infodemic. We have to act together in lots of different arenas, lots of different ways. As the European Broadcasting Union, of course, we've been doing just that. All of our members are public service broadcasters, and they are sharing content, sharing advice, sharing their experiences of how to get through this crisis. We've brought fact checkers together to share their crucial information with each other, so as not to duplicate, take advantage of sharing that information. We've been sharing world-class investigative journalism so that it gets as large an audience as possible. Because what's important is, of course, in a world where there is all sorts of incorrect information, fake news, we need to put as much, a huge amount of effort into the real news content that's out there. It costs nothing to spread fake news. It costs a small fortune to counter it. And what public service media do is proper journalism. They are regulated, there is accountability for the important positions that they hold in society, and that's absolutely right. But wouldn't you now say that the social platforms hold an incredibly influential position in society? Where is their accountability to the public? Where is their regulation? They're no longer startups. They're not new anymore. They are among the wealthiest companies in the world. Just now we've heard from Guido from Facebook about the work they've been doing recently, and the other platforms have been doing similar efforts, particularly during this crisis. They've told us about the millions of posts and accounts that have been removed, the adverts that have been banned. But the fact is we still see dangerous fake news online. I'm sure you see it in your feeds. So do you wonder how effective these actions are? Because unfortunately, there is no independent verification of how successful these initiatives are. These companies keep a lot of their data very private, and you have to ask, how much longer is this going to be okay? In a communication published yesterday by the European Commission, talking about tackling fake news and disinformation in COVID-19, it said there needs to be more transparency and more accountability from the platforms. Basically, the system we have at the moment, which allows them to mark their own homework, so to speak, is just not the same as being accountable. We know that fact-checking is working and is playing an important role in this crisis. And you heard Guido there talk about the work that Facebook's doing in that area. They're bringing down the biggest myths and the biggest lies. But it's only effective if those fact checkers can really reach the people that saw the fake news in the first place. And what's worrying is in that same European Commission communication yesterday, it said that platforms have not sufficiently empowered fact checkers during the crisis. For example, by making more data available or giving due prominence to fact checks. And the problem for us as public service broadcasters is, who do you think is going to get blamed for the failure to reach the audience with quality information? Is it going to be the public service media organisation or the platforms? Now, I am a public service journalist, and so I'm also duty bound to talk to you today about where I think the public service media could be doing more. And there is one particular area I would like to highlight. It's what's actually made all the platforms so successful. When you open Facebook or Twitter, YouTube or Instagram, you see people like you. You see people who look like you, who think like you, who have similar life experiences to you. You feel comfortable because these are your people. These are people you can trust. These are people who share fake news, but because your guard is down, you share it onwards. And despite some laudable progress in this area, our diverse world is not fully reflected in the content produced by our public service media. This is well recognised, but we must move faster. Our mandate will shrink with every day we fail to represent all of our audiences. To survive, we must be trusted. To be trusted, we have to be authentic. And we can only be authentic if we really live and represent the experiences of the public we serve. In summary, I think that everybody here today will be in agreement that high quality, trusted news is the best antidote to fake news. And that means we need more reliable funding for public service journalism and for political leaders to protect it as a core pillar of democracy. It means we need freedom to be able to do our journalism without hindrance. COVID-19 should not be an excuse for governments bent on restricting freedom of expression. Protests in the US should not mean that journalists are fair game to be targeted by law enforcement. And it means that there is a requirement for major technology platforms to prioritise properly real news content and for them to be more accountable for the influence that they have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liz, for sharing your thoughts and comments with us. I'm pretty sure we have also the other panelists who would like to make some comments. And I also see that people started posting some questions in the chat. We will definitely come back to them later on. I would now like to give the floor to Paolo from the European Commission. We have definitely seen that the European Commission has been doing a lot of work around this topic, and especially during the COVID-19 crisis. There were also a lot of conversations that took place between the European Commission and social media companies. These conversations were also accessible for the public. And just last week, the Commission also launched the Digital Service Act, which is actually now open for public consultation. The aim of this act is to strengthen the protection of fundamental rights, such as freedom of expression, while protecting citizens against harmful content. So I'm very delighted that we have Paolo on the panel with us to tell us a bit more about the work that the Commission is doing in this regards. Paolo, over to you.
Thank you, Sabrina, and good afternoon to everybody. Can you hear me? It's okay, the audio? Very good.
Yes, thank you.
So let me start by recalling that the Commission has been working hard on this complex topic for now more than 2 years. Our approach has been set out in different documents, including the action plan against disinformation from December 2018. It is important to stress that the underlying approach, it is always the same. It has remained very much anchored to the basic principles of defense of fundamental rights, freedom of expression, media pluralism, and media freedom, while at the same time recognize the need to act upon behaviors, conducts, which takes place online, particularly on social media platforms, that in fact undermine these fundamental rights, because disinformation is a means to undermine the right of everybody to receive and impart information, in particular to receive reliable information. So that it is the starting point, which has translated into a number of actions that reflect a whole of government, whole of society engagement to counter this complex phenomenon. The COVID-19 crisis has just underlined the need for this action to move forward. It is an excellent test case to see to what extent the work done so far has produced results. And in my view, and the Commission has adopted yesterday a communication that underlined that, the work done so far has had some good results. But these results are certainly not sufficient. The COVID-19 has also highlighted how complex this phenomenon is. What we have been assisting during these months, it is a phenomenon that mix intentional spreads of dangerous hoaxes and conspiracy theories with an overload of information that in itself creates confusion and incertitude on audiences. We have seen, unintentional spread of information which is inaccurate, but nevertheless can be perceived by people as accurate, and result into behaviors that undermine the containment policies that various governments have put in place in order to control the virus spread. We have seen conspiracy theories which have been shifting from the online to the offline world. Take the example of the stories around the 5G as a deployment has been one of the causes of the spread of the virus. And these stories that have been inciting people to take concrete actions and in the real world with attacks on network infrastructures, with threatening actions against the employees of telecom companies in various member states. And then we have seen other types of worrying things, such as the resurgence of hate speech, particularly addressing certain ethnical groups held responsible for the spread of the virus. We have seen consumer frauds, scams, false products, which have been sold by using information which was clearly false. And we have seen cybercrimes, hacking, phishing, using COVID-19 as a pretext to spread malware in people tools. And most important, we have seen foreign actors and certain third countries like Russia and China exploiting these specific circumstances to spread deliberately a number of stories aimed at, on one side, undermine the credibility of the actions taken by European governments to control the crisis, and on the other side, to improve their image worldwide. So this is to say that when we talk about disinformation, information disorder, as someone has just recalled that this terminology, we need probably to keep in mind that we need to distinguish these different forms of false or misleading content that has been translated into an infodemic during this period, and taking into account that some it may be illegal, other is not illegal. We should take into account that in certain cases there is not an intention to cause harm, whether in other case this intention is clearly demonstrated by the tools and the means that are put in place when this information is spread on digital media and platforms. And we need to have a calibrated response that takes into account for the degree of harm, the intent, the form of dissemination, the actors involved, and their origin. For instance, if we talk about misinformation, which you could define as a form of unintentional dissemination of false or misleading information, well, the intention disinformation campaign.
I believe we are we're losing you a little bit, Paolo.
I have some connection problems apparently. Is it better now? Is it better now?
Yes, now better. But before you were
my Wi-Fi.
Unfortunately,
it is quite unstable. I can see some warnings appearing on my screen, and I cannot do much about it. I cannot control the Wi-Fi. Hopefully,
we can hear you now.
For another few minutes.
Yeah.
This is to say that this complex phenomenon has been reflected upon in the communication that the Commission adopted yesterday, where in fact there are a number of actions that will be carried out in the next weeks and months in parallel. They include the strengthening of strategic communication within and outside the EU. They include a mechanism in order for member states to better cooperate in terms of exchange of information, exchange of situational analysis and threat analysis between themselves. They include also a better cooperation with third countries, international partners like NATO, G7. And of course, a very important part of this communication is about the responsibilities and the accountability of platforms. It is about the importance to ensure freedom of expression and to ensure a pluralistic democratic debate. It is about raising citizens' awareness. It is about, of course, supporting also fact-checking and research activities. Now, in particular, as regards, since the topic today is very much focused on platforms, I would say that during the crisis, platforms have reacted quite constructively. They have been listening to the concerns that the Commission has conveyed to them, have taken action. They have taken action, particularly in terms of raising the visibility of authoritative sources, which includes the WHO, public health authorities, but also mainstream media on their own services. They also have been demoting content which was fact-checked as false or misleading, and in certain streaming cases where content would have been against the terms of service on the platforms that have been removing content which was clearly harming individual health and in certain cases public security, like in the example of the attack to the masts of 5G infrastructures. All this is very good. All this is very good, but certainly it is important. And one lesson that one can draw is that when there are the conditions whereby the platforms are faced with their own social responsibility, they take action, and they take action when they feel the heat of public scrutiny.
I'm
to
afraid
implement a program, a monitoring program, very much focused on the ways on which, whereby the authoritative sources are surfaced in the services, very much focused on the type of cooperation that the platforms have established with fact checkers and the follow-up that they give to fact check content, very much focused on the type of manipulative behaviors that are detected on their own platforms. That includes, of course, the fight against fake accounts, but also other things like the malicious use of fake engagements, or the intricacy around coordinated inauthentic behavior. That is one of the methods that are used by foreign actors to influence our public, internal, domestic debate within Europe. We will focus very much also on the better understanding the revenue flows that come from the advertising and go sometimes in the wrong places, instead to contribute to finance authoritative professional media. That is very important, and we'll carry out this monitoring program in the next months based on the same model that was applied during the European elections, in essence. We also would like to extend this dialogue to other platforms, because we have seen that other platforms like TikTok, for instance, have surged in importance and in terms of user very, 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 very much during the last months. So they should be part of this conversation, we believe. And let me say a final point, and a final couple of points. All these efforts will be doomed if at the same time we will not put in place an adequate system, an adequate set of measures to support professional media that are confronted during this period to a tremendous crisis. The crisis that will be coming from the dramatic fall in advertising revenues, it is one of the causes, but we need to provide structural remedies for a long-term sustainability of the media sector. Secondly, we need to really watch out for governmental actions that, under the pretext of the COVID crisis, may take measures that in fact compress, repress, exclude freedom of expression. And we have some example, unfortunately, under our own eyes and within probably the internal borders of the EU. Thirdly, we need to have a more serious structure in place to organize fact-checking and research activities around disinformation in a way that all the languages of the EU and all the countries within the EU can benefit of the same type of cooperative approach that fact-checkers have been implementing, experimenting, developing during the last months. We need an appropriate structure, and this structure has come to light. So on the 1st of June, the European Digital Media Observatory has been officially launched. It will be coordinated by the European University Institute in Florence. And in the next months, we'll start to create a true network of fact-checkers and researchers across Europe to carry out dedicated and thematic research that should enable a better detection, a better analysis, and a better exposure of disinformation's threats and trends. And that work will not be just an end in itself. This work should also feed into the work of the professional media that could find there a source of information in order to increase the accuracy of their own reporting. But they will be also a source of important educational materials that the media literacy community, so the media literacy practitioners, could use in order to,
I think we lost you there again, Paolo. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just trying to stay with our time because I see there are lots of questions.
I have just finished.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your contribution. I just see so many questions coming into the chat, so we just want to assure to make enough time for everyone on the call. Thank you so much, and I think you made very, very interesting points, and it's very great to see how intensive the Commission is working on this dossier. You also, for example, mentioned issues, not only disinformation, but also other issues such as hate speech, which nicely also links to, we have one final key participant on the panel with us, Charlotte from the Council of Europe. So I'm very delighted, Charlotte, to hand over to you now to hear a bit more the work that the Council of Europe is doing. And this morning in one of the panel sessions, it was described as the watchdog of human rights. So we're very delighted to have you with us and to hear where do you see the responsibilities of the Council of Europe in this regard. So please, Charlotte, over to you.
Thank you. Thanks, Sabrina, and thank you for the opportunity to be in this workshop. Many very things have been said already, and I want just also in the interest of participation make a few pointers.
Excuse me, Charlotte. I think we hear you. I'm not sure if it's only me, but we hear you a little bit not clear. Maybe you can try again. I'm afraid the connection is not that great. I'm not sure if it's only on my end or of other colleagues on the call.
No, I can't hear either. I think it's Charlotte's end. Might be an idea to turn off your video and just try talking. Might that improve the quality?
now?
I'm afraid not. I'm really sorry. No. I'm afraid. I'm afraid these are the negative parts of just being all online. Maybe because we don't obviously want to lose much time. Maybe Charlotte, you can try to figure out your audio, and maybe we can come back to you then in a moment. But there, as I said, there has been a lot of conversation and questions. Don't worry, that's fine. Maybe we can just have a look in the meantime in the chat, because there has been indeed a lot of questions and interactions, and I'm pretty sure some colleagues on the panel would also like to make some comments based on the statements that we're giving by the other colleagues, and maybe then in the meantime we can get back to Charlotte. So to everyone on the call, please feel free to use the chat function or raise your hand if you have any questions. There was some immediate feedback from a few colleagues on the call towards Guido, which was in regard to the fact-checking of the content that politicians are sharing on social media platforms. Maybe Guido, you can just elaborate on this. People in the chat were wondering if a content that politicians are posting on social media that is rather harmful or certainly slightly violent should be fact-checked. Maybe you can comment on this question, and then afterwards we will try with Charlotte again.
Yeah, sure. So thank you for the opportunity to answer that question. So what I try to say that is, in a democracy, we do believe that people should decide what is credible and not technology companies. So, and we don't want to interfere in that political discourse between politicians and people who elected the politicians. That being said, and plus, we also know that political speech is probably highly scrutinized. That being said, politicians aren't able to say whatever they want to say. So if anything violates our community standards, it will be removed from our platform. If politicians share misinformation that could cause harm to people, and we have seen cases of that in Brazil, as an example, during the Corona crisis, we remove content from the platform, regardless if that is a politician or if these are, I don't know, if it's from myself. We don't make any distinction here. So there are rules that are for everyone on the platform. This is our community standards, and it is on top content that could incite real world harm. The only thing where we that is not eligible is to be fact-checked. This is political speech. That's the only exemption on our platform.
Thank you so much, Guido, for elaborating on this question. Maybe we can check one more time with Charlotte. It looks like she has changed the room slightly in the meantime. So Charlotte, maybe we can try again with you. It would be obviously very great to hear your views as well. Okay, maybe she's still trying to reconnect. I also see someone from the audience who raised their hand. So I would kindly ask Roberto to unmute Mike Harris to post your question. Mike, the floor is yours. Please tell us where you're from and from where you're calling today.
Hi, I'm Mike Harris, founder of Exonym, which is a Berlin-based regtech firm. When talking about social media with respect to individuals' rights or free speech, we rarely seem to get off the subject of what companies should and shouldn't be doing. While these points are valid, they're distracting from the real problem, which is that social media platforms operate as governors, and they're governing details of our lives with the broadest of strokes. Most rules on social media platforms impact civil liberties. They should be entirely owned by society. There are many reasons why the web has shaped itself in the way that it has, but the only objective one is the network effect. It's the primary driver for the successes of many of the big tech firms. And I'm not suggesting the end of Facebook or Twitter or to break up big tech. I'm saying that there's no point in doing that. The network effect is a law, and it can't be avoided. So let's shape governance of these platforms into something that fits with that and is equitable to our societies. To solve the problems that are being discussed here today requires us to acknowledge that networks of people become coercive monopolies. And if we can do that, we stand a chance of reshaping the web into an advanced, diverse, and competitive network. I mean, my view is that Facebook just shouldn't have the right to say what they are and are not going to do about political speech. It's just not their decision. Thank you.
Should I directly reply to that? Thank you, Sabrina. You're absolutely right. So thank you for bringing that up. And it is a good segue to something we have set up over the last, I think, 1.5 to 2 years. And it's called the Oversight Board, because we know that we shouldn't make so many important decisions about free expression. And while we always have taken advice from experts, we feel we can do much better, which is the reason why we have set up an oversight board, which in the beginning, yes, we initially picked a few people, but then the board itself picked people from all over the world and is still growing. At the moment, we have 20 people from all over the world, and there are former presidents from Denmark, for example. There are people from civil society organizations and many more, and they are operating absolutely independent, and they are checking certain content decisions, and they I wouldn't say they set the rules, but they will in the end decide, and it's something that we will actually follow. We will abide what they are actually deciding. And the board is growing to up to 40 people from all over the world, and which will hopefully represent the more than 3 billion people that are on our different platforms, and the decisions that at the moment we are making on our own. But like I said in the beginning, where we sometimes feel very, very uncomfortable as a private company to make these decisions on our own. And which is also one of the things why we repeatedly also have Nick Clegg, who is in charge for communications and policy globally. I mean, he's repeatedly arguing that we need smart regulation in certain areas. We shouldn't set the rules for when to label, for example, political advertising on our platform. I mean, we came up with that because we wanted to provide transparency. But in the end, it should be something that governments are actually telling us how to do that. I mean, we have set a standard, but ideally that comes from other people. So I totally echo your point. We shouldn't have so much power, and this is one of the reasons why we created this oversight board.
Thank you very much, Guido, also for mentioning the oversight board. I'm pretty sure a lot of people in today's call have took note of this. I just received a message from Charlotte that she's back with us. So I just would like one more time to try with her if we are able to hear her properly, to give her input on behalf of the Council of Europe. Charlotte?
Yes, I do hope you hear me now.
Maybe can you speak one more time? It's still a bit shaky, I'm afraid.
I'm really sorry. This is
better, actually.
It's a pain. Yeah, I'll just go slightly closer. In the interest of audience participation, and this is a very old microphone I'm used to, so my apologies again. I just wanted to make a few pointers. Very good things have been said already. I want to go back to planning and the point of multi-stakeholder rhythm and a multi-stakeholder approach. I think we need to do more of that. We need to develop it into a real coordinated network of responsibilities. Not one of us is really able to approach or address the problem that we have with disinformation and broader issues of content regulation. We need to make sure that we get regulatory frameworks to bring all parties in and give their responsibility in a coordinated way, because what we have right now, the platforms themselves, of course, have incredible powers and really have become protagonists of online expression. They can themselves address disinformation. They need trusted and legitimate public interest actors, really, that can help them in taking the right action. And circulation, while it's very good, is problematic if the motivation behind it is really just to forestall government intervention. So if we are seeing uncoordinated efforts from different media platforms to just make sure that they take down as much as possible and as speedily as possible in order to show good behavior, and this can be problematic, of course, have a chilling effect on freedom of expression, particularly if enforcement often done through automation and algorithms. So, coordinating frameworks be led from government with the help of trusted partners.
I'm afraid we are losing you again.
News media. Oh, okay.
Maybe you can use the chat function. I know it's not the most convenient to share a few key points with everyone in the chat. I'm really sorry about this. Thank you very much, Charlotte. We'll hand over to Abhilash now, who has been monitoring and see if we have any further comments or questions. And you are also very warmly invited to raise your hand if you have any questions, and we will unmute you.
Thank you, Sabrina. There are quite a few questions here. We have 15 minutes left, so I'll just pick and choose questions in the same area, same themes, if you like. A question for Liz, actually. How could the government fund and protect authentic journalism without funding and protecting fake journalists camouflaging as authentic?
Yeah, I saw that question. Thank you very much. And it's good to have the opportunity to answer it. Look, public service media is structured, is well established, is regulated, and has a direct. It is very transparent in the way that it's organised, funded and supported. So supporting public service media organisations is the best way to protect and support public service journalism. Of course, we want to become, as public service journalists, want to become a more diverse group. We want to reach more people, more audiences than we currently reach, and we do need to expand. But that will be done. That should be done under the umbrella of the organisations that already exist. So yes, governments should protect their public service media organisations, and that's what I meant by that point. Does that answer the question?
Thank you, Liz. I'm pretty certain it does. Pick up a couple more other questions. There's a question, I suppose this is best placed for the regulators to respond. So maybe perhaps Paolo, if you can. What about dark social platform? Telegram and Discord, for example, are becoming more and more important for the shaping of public opinion, especially in the current situation. There is a lot of misinformation being spread through these platforms. Are there any ideas what we can do about it? As far as I know from Germany, this is the person asking the question saying, these services are not regulated by the law, at least from a German perspective.
Yes, thank you for this question, actually. We have very well present to our mind the problem that is represented by the current limited partnership under the Code of Practice. We will start to expand it. We'll start to invite new actors already now. Telegram is one of those platforms that are increasing in terms of user bases. But I would say that during the COVID, the two most used platforms which have shown some problematic features have been WhatsApp and TikTok. So I think we need to progress step by step and to start to tackle those platforms which are currently outside the framework and to engage them into this structured cooperation one by one. By the way, I would like also to underline that beginning of July, the Commission will publish also the evaluation of the code. So beyond the communication from yesterday, there will be not a communication, but a staff working document where we will draw some conclusions about the working of the functioning, the effectiveness of the code. And the next steps will be not only the DSA, the Digital Services Act, that Sabrina was mentioning before, but I would say also the European Democracy Action Plan, which is scheduled for the Q4 of this year. That is where I think we need to have a serious reflection regarding how to construct a regulatory backstop that creates more uniformity and more cogent mechanisms that can be followed up with appropriate oversight mechanisms and, in case of need, sanctions. So that is one point I wanted to make before. I could make it, but I profit of your question to make it. And the other point that is not your question, but I feel the urge to react to, is about the fact-checking of political speech. I know, and I take the point made by Facebook representative that that is a delicate ground, but still fail to understand why. If political speech is promoted, is paid for, it is political advertising, why a platform should take money to give visibility and prominence to content which has been fact-checked as false, irrespective of the origin, the author of this content. What is paid for, it is, so the paying for content visibility, it is a form of overtaking the visibility of other sources of information to the use of money. And the use of money should be subject to an attentive scrutiny, even if it comes from politicians. That is, I think, a reflection that we need to carry on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Paolo. I think there's a pertinent question. I don't know if Guido wants to quickly respond to that in 30 seconds, if he can. Is that,
yeah, the mailman is here.
Before
so
you do, Guido, sorry to interrupt. Before you do, may I also raise another related question, which is on the chat screen? So perhaps you could take another 15 seconds and 45 seconds in order to answer. Why Facebook or social media companies generally prefer to work with fact checkers instead of working directly with professional media that do this work daily as part of their mandate, mission, and duty? Over to you.
Okay, I just have to close my door because the mailman is at my door. 1 second.
That makes it a lot more human, doesn't it?
While Guido is coming back, I say that fact checkers are also the in-house departments of mainstream media. Let's not think about fact checkers as isolated organizations detached from mainstream media.
Good. Thank you, Paolo, for chiming in already. You're absolutely right. We have a bunch of partners in France, as an example, where Le Mans or France 24 or even AFP or DPA in Germany are doing fact-checking in our fact-checking program. So, but nevertheless, it's a good question. Why don't we work together with like journalists or other media outlets? And the reason for that is that the IFCN provides a global standard, and we are a global company, and we're trying to operate with this program on a global level, and to maintain the same quality across every single country of the world, in order to defend also the program. Because of course there will be parties, people that say, well, this organization is biased. Why are they fact-checking my content? I don't want to dwell too much on this, but I mean, we see the situation in the US where, I mean, on the one hand, you see people favoring New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, CNN, and on the other side, you have Fox News and others. And if you don't have one single standard, I mean, the perception of bias is definitely not helpful to increase trust in the program. And also with an independent organization like the International Fact-Checking Network, you always have a body where people can reach out to in case they don't trust any of these fact checkers, and where everything is super transparent. So take an organization, let's say like DPA in Germany, the news agency. You see their application for the IFCN with every single step, which is publicly available. You see the assessment. And in case anyone has ever doubts about the organization, you can reach out to the IFCNs, and you will see a publicly a public process of the inquiry that you actually asked for. So we're trying to be as transparent as possible on a global level. So while I totally acknowledge that we are in Europe, in most countries of Europe, we have certain standards, like in Germany, the Presse Codex, for example, and others. There might be countries where we don't have that. And in order to have a functioning system with fact checkers, we need to have this global standard. That's the reason for the IFCN standard, and why we're working just with a specific set of partners, which, by the way, is growing steadily over time. And now I almost forgot about the first question. Give me a hint, quick. Abhilash, what was the first question again?
I'm actually thinking, what was the first question? That was building on from, you answered the fact-checking question. Jesus. It was essentially Paolo's question.
If you want, I can
Paolo, help
repeat
me
it.
out.
No, my question is that while I understand that
it was about political speech.
Why this hesitation, how this hesitation can be justified when we talk about paid for content? And my point was, I don't think that the scrutiny of ads should stop if the ads come from a politician and the statement has been fact-checked as false or as misleading. You can still put it in your platforms, but why to give extra visibility and make it object of an outlay of money that give a price to statements which are not reliable?
Mm-hmm.
1 minute, please.
Yeah, I see your point. I see your point, and it's not an easy answer. And we are heavily discussing that internally, but also externally. there are certain limitations. So even when politicians or political parties do advertisements, which is not political speech per se, we actually take these advertisements down, which we have done in the US with Trump as an example, where he was doing advertisements on the census. So that happens. But again, if it's political speech, which is not eligible to be fact-checked, it's also able for political parties and politicians to use advertising for that. And again, the reasons for being that is we don't want to interfere in that political discourse, and we don't want to be the ones that stand between the politicians, but also the people that elected these officials.
Thank you very much, Guido. I'm afraid that we're coming closer to the end of our session today, and I know there are many more questions and comments in the chat. And just for everybody to be aware, you can continue this conversation on the EuroDIG forum, even once the session is over within the next day. So I encourage all participants to do so. As mentioned before, I will hand over to Katharina now from the Geneva Internet Platform to summarize the key messages, the main takeaways from our discussion today. Katharina, the floor is yours.
Hi everyone. I hope you can hear me. My name is Katarina Delkovic, and I am a rapporteur from the Geneva Internet Platform. I have collected a couple of messages, and now I'm going to turn to the first one. I hope I can see it on the slide. I can't see it on the slide, but I can read it anyway. So my first message will be that a multi-stakeholder involvement, meaning that the involvement of all those that are directly concerned by the issue of misinformation, is of utmost importance in fighting misinformation. There is also a need for a more serious structure in place to organize fact-checking and research activities that would be available in all EU languages and would therefore benefit all countries. My second message is that high-quality trusted news is the best antidote to fake news. To achieve that, there is a need for more reliable funding for public service journalism on one hand, and the protection of the freedom of the press by national authorities on the other. Crises such as COVID-19 should not be an excuse for governments bent on restricting freedom of expression. The third message will be that media literacy is crucial in fighting misinformation. It is very important to educate and empower people to spot misinformation and decide on their own whom to trust. And the final message that I've just drafted, and therefore it's not uniform, is in order to regulate all platforms in a uniform manner, there is a need for a more comprehensive reflection on how to construct a regulatory backstop that creates more uniformity, more instruments with appropriate oversight mechanisms, and in case of need, sanctions. I would just like to remind you that all these messages are not final and will be subject to your comments and questions, and EuroDIG will provide you with more detail on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Katharina. We have 2 more minutes before we have to close, and I would like to give the opportunity for our key participants to just in 10 seconds give a final statement, a main takeaway. We'll start from the beginning. We heard at the beginning from Tanya. Tanya, maybe your main takeaway from today's discussions, please. In 10 seconds, if possible.
I will just repeat that I see multi-stakeholder involvement as key, but not only speaking of multi-stakeholder issues, but involvement of the stakeholders themselves, and showing understanding for the other stakeholders' problems. So not only expressing their problems, but showing understanding for the co-stakeholders within the same issue.
Thank you very much, Tanya. Nertil?
I hope that during this discussion we learned a lot that government at the most important should not take at their advantage this situation that we are now, or the others in the emergency, to take off the freedom of of expression and also the freedom of media. That's the key point, I think. I need to enter this.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nertil. Guido?
Yeah, +1 to what has been said so far. I think the problem with misinformation has been around for as long as people are living on this planet, and it probably will live on even longer. So we all need to collectively combat misinformation, but also on the other hand, try our best efforts that we can to help people to get, first of all, access to credible resources, and also to give them the tools that they themselves can decide what is credible information. Because whatever kind of technology or whatsoever we invent, we will never get rid of misinformation.
Thank you very much, Guido. Liz? Your main takeaway from today?
In order to tackle fake news, we're going to need to collaborate a lot more between journalists and platforms, with regulators and governments and other parts of society. Journalists need to know in real time from the platforms what is happening and the scale of what is happening. We can't tackle what we can't measure.
Thank you very much, Liz and Paolo. And then if Charlotte is still with us, please write your thoughts in the chat.
Yes, from my side, I would simply complete what Liz has just said. Regulation will not make fake news to disappear. The dialogue between all the parties concerned, from civil society, media, governments and platforms, is and will remain essential also in the future, irrespective of the regulatory choices that are going to be made in the next months.
Thank you very much, Paolo, and thank you very much to all our key participants, to all participants who joined us for this call. Just to echo what every one of you said, I think multi-stakeholder approach is key. Definitely, this is what we tried with today's discussion. I'm very delighted that we managed to get such a diverse panel with different experts representing different stakeholder groups, the academic field, the industry sector, and also policymakers. It was a real pleasure to talk with all of you. I hope you enjoyed this. And as I said, you can still use the EuroDIG forum within the next days to continue this discussion, which obviously won't stop here. So thank you very much for your time and for sharing your expertise with us. And I do hope that we will continue this discussion very soon. Apologies for all the technicalities, but this is the life we live in. And I hope to see many of you soon in person to continue this dialogue. And this said, I will hand over to Roberto in the studio in Trieste. Thank you very much to everyone once again for joining us today.
Hi, thanks. Thanks, Sabrina. This is Roberto in Studio Trieste. And I only thing that I would like to say is to thank all the participants, all the speakers, the moderators, and everybody who have participated to make the great session. And I'll stop it here. We are already a couple of minutes late. So back to the main studio. Bye all. Beh, che succede?